Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Thursday, January 12th, 2017. The hearing board is meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. The time is 9:20 a.m. Board apologizes for the late start. Traffic congestion has delayed some of our members. We have one matter on calendar this morning, and that's University of California, Irvine, case 4297-4, a petition for an interim variance. Who's representing UCI?
I'm Jerry Neerhoof, Assistant Director of Utilities at University of California, Irvine.
Thank you. Can you spell your last name, please?
Nearhoof, as in Frank.
Neerhoof?
Hoof.
Neerhoof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
2 O's.
We also have Kirk Mateen will introduce himself.
Good morning.
We'll take care of that later, but you'll be the principal spokesman?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Okay. And representing the executive officer?
Mary Reichert on behalf of the Executive Officer.
Thank you. Those who will be testifying, please rise to be sworn in.
So go ahead and take the oath just in case.
Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
I do. Thank you. Mr. Neerhoff, have you been before this board before?
No, this is the first time.
Did you have an opportunity to view the video that we have that kind of explains the process?
Yes, I had that opportunity.
Good, very good. Okay, so we're going to ask you to make a very short summary of your petition, just a very brief outline. That'll be your opening statement. Then Ms. Reichert will make an opening statement. Then we'll go back to you to provide the evidence that you wish to provide to support your case. Did you wish to address the board? Or did I ask if who was representing the executive officer? I did, okay.
One of those mornings.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Neerhoff, you may make an opening statement.
Thank you. The University of California is a public research university. Our fundamental missions are teaching, research, and public service. On January 7th, 2017 at 6:15 p.m., our cogeneration power plant operator noticed high temperatures on our urea system. The blower was operating properly. However, our operators found that the urea heater was severely overheated. We have a display that we'd like to show you.
We can handle that during the presentation of evidence.
Sure, thank you. The plant operators identified the failed vibration isolator on the piping that supplies the airflow to the urea heater. This failure required the urea system to be placed offline. On January 8th, the plant operators replaced the vibration isolator, replaced the burned solid-state relay, and tested the blower system. Unfortunately, the urea heater was damaged beyond repair and must be replaced. The urea heater is used to preheat air in order to atomize the urea prior to injection into our decomposition chamber where ammonia is produced. Without the urea heater, we cannot meet our emissions limits.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert.
Good morning. Subject to the testimony presented here today and compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Do you have proposed conditions?
I do. I will present those now. I took off.
We have proposed emergency variance. I believe we're hearing this as an interim variance anyway. Conditions, and this will be marked as Exhibit A for Respondent District. Mr. Neerhoff, on both interim and emergency variances, we bifurcate the proceedings. The reason is that state law requires that all hearings for variances be noticed to the public, that a notice be issued. However, in the event of an emergency or an interim variance, there's insufficient time to do that. And so state legislature has required us to first make a determination that there's good cause to proceed with the hearing in the absence of notice to the public. And so that's our first hurdle, and we'll focus on that before we focus on the 6 findings that we have to make. So we're going to do this in 2 parts. The first part is the good cause, and if we get over that hurdle, then we'll go on to the merits. And Ms. Prusak will describe for you what we take into consideration on good cause.
Okay. The first thing we take into account is whether there's a violation. I don't think that will be difficult for you to overcome that hurdle. But more importantly, we're looking to see that the circumstances that led to the violation or to the breakdown couldn't have been avoided, reasonably avoided, for example, with proper maintenance, et cetera, or anticipated in sufficient time for us to have a noticed hearing. The next thing we're looking for is diligence in petitioning the board. So from when you knew or should have known you needed a variance to how long it took you to file and come before us. And then the final thing is that if we were to wait for a noticed hearing, which would likely take about 21 days, that there would be unreasonable harm to you or to the environment as a result.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's your burden for the first part.
Okay, what we're looking at here is the failure of the vibration isolator and the piping system that supplies the airflow to the heater was beyond our reasonable control. In addition, we perform quarterly maintenance on the cogen plant. The operators perform daily visual inspections on all equipment and piping and vibration isolators, and any wear or damage are addressed in a timely manner. We did present to you some our service contract on our cogen engine. We also oh, I'm sorry, not the service contract, but we provided to you the maintenance records that we have is what we did provide to you. We just completed a quarterly inspection just a little bit prior to this, had not noticed any detrimental effect on that unit. We also, every 2 hours, rove the plant, the entire plant, and do visual inspection and have noted readings on all the equipment surrounding that area. That equipment itself does require a visual inspection. There are no moving parts on that piece of equipment, so there's no lubrication required or anything of that sort. It's only a visual. We did not see any evidence of a detriment on that piece of equipment prior to its failure. If we do not receive the variance, immediate compliance would impose an unreasonable burden on the university. The cogeneration power plant is vital to supporting our research mission, teaching, and more importantly, laboratory animal care facilities that we have on campus. So unfortunately, the boilers that we do have on campus would not be able to support that capacity to back up the cogen plant for the animal research and research facilities.
Ms. Reichert?
Could you take us through kind of the timeline of discovery? Is that going to be a different witness, or, no, that would be you?
No, that'll be.
Oh,
us,
okay.
no.
I just saw him nodding or saying. That would be great.
Sure. Do we want to show the pictures with this, or do we not want to show those, or?
Are we allowed to show pictures at this time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could if you want to, yeah.
So Kirk is going to display some pictures to show you what we found in the timelines that we found it. But at 6:15, our operator noticed the high temperature in the urea system. They went out
What
to
day? 6:15,
Oh, I'm sorry, January 7th,
6:15 a.m.,
PM.
p.m., okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. Behind you, you'll see a photo that when he went to witness the facility, you'll see that it was, the piping was actually red hot. And which, at that time, absolutely identified we had the problem. Immediately needed to shut down the urea system. We then went to troubleshoot the cause, and behind you is the expansion joint that did fail. We have a photo of it, and blew out, causing the restriction of airflow across the heater, which then allowed the temperature to continue to rise and get to that red hot condition. So throughout that evening, we took the system apart, as the photo shows there, trying to determine the root cause of the failure and what we needed to do to get it repaired. We continued to work that throughout the evening. The next morning, January 8th, we were able to locate a spare expansion joint that we had found, and the vibration isolator. We replaced that vibration isolator that day. We also found a burned solid-state relay. We did have a spare part for that also, and repaired that piece of equipment. I'm sorry. It replaced, not repaired. We replaced that piece of equipment. We replaced both pieces of equipment. At that point, we had hoped and believed that we could give a test of the unit to see if there were any other damage. This is throughout the day on Sunday, January 8th. As we did that and tested the blower system, we found out that the urea heating elements in the heater had been damaged beyond repair, as you saw earlier with the red hot condition, that we would not then be able to bring the unit back up.
So what did you do at that time?
Well, at that time, we began talking to our contractor, our supplier, to see availability of heater. We did talk to them on Sunday to try to get their availability to us. We had a report to Air Quality Management District that we were having problems meeting our emissions limits at that point. And so we did make a phone call in regards to our inability to meet emissions standards, and then continued. At that point, all of our efforts were working toward talking with our supplier and trying to get one available to us as soon as possible.
And then did the supplier provide you with a quote regarding a cost and the timing of availability for a replacement unit?
Yes, and that came in during the week, didn't come in on Sunday. They were working on it on Sunday, so that came in. We have already ordered the replacement unit and provided you a copy of the purchase requisition. That unit is going to be $46,000. That said, we are continuing to work with them. We've already ordered the unit, already approved it, and it's been on order. We are also working with them and notified them there may be a $15,000 expediting fee. We've told them we are absolutely willing to pay that if they can get the unit to us sooner than expected. We were pushing them as we speak to try to identify other resources to get the unit to us as quickly as possible.
Okay. And then you filed your ex parte emergency variance petition the first business day that the district was open after you discovered the problem. Is that correct?
We filed it on January 9th.
Oh, you did file it on the 9th. Okay, the day we weren't open on that day. And so we got it first thing in the morning on the 10th. And then can you briefly discuss what rules or what you're in violation of, what district rules or permit conditions you're in violation of?
At this point, I'd like Kirk Mateen, if you don't mind,
Well,
to
we'll finish,
address this.
usually we'll finish, I think, one witness, and then we can go to the next witness.
Okay.
So if that's another witness, then we'll finish up with you, and then we can
Sure.
go from there.
Basically,
Oh,
we're.
you can answer that question?
Yeah, we
Okay.
have it written down. So, yeah, so we have a 2 ppm limit at 15% O2 on our cogeneration system under permit number G24102. And currently, our NOx emissions range is operating between 4 and 10 parts per million at 15% O2. So we are violating our NOx emissions under that permit.
Okay. And can you describe the impact to your facility if this variance were denied?
Okay. So if we do not receive the variance, immediate compliance would impose an unreasonable burden on the university. The cogen plan is vital to supporting the research, teaching, and laboratory care operations. So we would not be able to provide service to the University of California.
Do you have access to an alternative source of power or in heat? It's heat and power, correct?
Yeah, heat is what our major concern is.
Okay.
We will reduce the power usage and buy from Southern California Edison.
Okay.
But we cannot support the research mission with the backup that we have available to us.
So you do not have access to an alternative source for heat?
Right.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Board members? Senator?
This co-generating power plant, how long has it been in operation?
2007.
What'd you do before that?
We had our boilers available to us at that point. Our boilers at that point were permitted for full unlimited use. They're not currently permitted for that.
So this is about
10 years.
10 years or so. You did visual daily inspection. That was good to note. However, you had to overheat it there in the system. My question is, this urea heater was not visible. Is that what you're saying?
The internal components aren't visible.
Not visible. Do you have a reliability plan when you bought the system, got it installed? Did the vendor tell you what the life expectancy of the system would be? And what would be more likely to fail?
Well, this unit should operate within the life of the plant. We
Should or shouldn't?
should.
Okay. Why do you think so? Or better yet, what triggered the failure?
What triggered the failure was the restriction in airflow when the expansion joint failed. When the expansion joint failed, it ended up blocking airflow across the heater. The heater continued to work, and then it
Burned out.
burned out.
So, see that pointed again, which caused it to block?
The vibration isolator failure
Vibration
caused it.
isolator. So that's where the problem is, however.
Yes.
What's the life expectancy, operation expectancy of the isolator vibrator? Or do you know?
I don't know off the
The
top of my
vendor
head.
gave you all that information when he sold you the equipment. So
Yeah.
put the system in.
Yeah.
So a visual inspection, was that noted during the daily visual inspection?
No.
Okay. Only after you replaced the part it didn't work. You noticed it was burnt out, is what you're saying.
It blew out. It failed.
Blew out. Something caused that to blow out also. Well, I think that, I don't think anything, we might want to take a look at the reliability of the total system with the vendor's oversight. Recurrences could be a real problem for you at a costly and time-consuming situation. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Prusak?
I'm a little bit troubled because it looked quite catastrophic what occurred. It was red hot. It seemed to happen suddenly. So I had similar questions. Do you know when the last time, Are you on a replacement schedule for parts, like the vibration isolator, the expansion line that blew out?
That has not been on a replacement schedule.
Should it be according to manufacturer or industry standard, do you know?
They haven't recommended that to us, but we are going to, obviously, with the failure, we don't want this to reoccur. So we are analyzing that right now with the manufacturer.
And you said this cogen plant was put in place in 2007, is that correct?
2007, we began to operate.
Have you had any other types of failures like this, or
Not on that type of unit, no.
on other types of units on the?
Yeah. We've had pieces of equipment fail within the plant, but nothing to this extent, and we haven't had the expansion joint fail like this since 2007.
I'm also wondering, you have no alternative source for heat at all at the facility, is that correct?
So what we have is, we do have some backup boilers. The boilers are restricted use permit at this point. And those boilers at that point, as the campus has grown, will not be able to meet the campus demand. We actually have a boiler that's already been purchased, getting ready to start a project to replace our old boilers that are on restricted use permit and bring them up to current standards, so they don't need to be on restricted use permit, that will allow us to have full backup available in the future. The first project, the boiler has already been purchased, expected to arrive in March. The second one, the money has been identified, and we'll be working on that later during the year. And then the third one is a couple years out for replacement. So those aren't currently adequate to support the needs of the campus.
So what would you do? So if this failure weren't in the emissions control portion of the cogen equipment, instead it were in a portion of the equipment that was required for it to run and create energy, are you saying the facility or the entire university would need to shut down, or what would occur?
The next alternative was we would approach a boiler company about a rental unit. And that usually takes, it depends on availability, can anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to get a rental unit in place. They bring them in on a tractor and trailer,
And
and then hook them up.
And then I had one other question, and that is, I was looking in the petition, I realized that the estimates given, we're still in the good cause portion, so we're looking just in the time frame from today until we could have a noticed hearing, which would be 21 days. But I was looking at the estimates that you had for, if you had to purchase power from Southern California Edison. And am I right to say that your estimates in here for 2 months would be $500,000?
It would be approaching 500,000. We normally take an immediate hit of a capacity payment type hit, because we normally only import less than half a megawatt of power from Edison. So they give us a capacity payment charge that really sets your peak for the month. And that can anywhere be, just that immediate hit will be anywhere between $150,000 to $250,000 for that hit. And in purchasing the electricity for the campus, we would be looking at over 15 megawatts of power that we'd be purchasing from Edison at that point. It'd be costly.
So even if it was the shorter time to wait for a noticed hearing, you would still incur that $150,000 to $200,000 hit? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
I understand that the cogen plant went in 2007. Is that to say that no equipment has been replaced since 2007?
No. We've replaced the engine twice. We have a full service contract with Solar. where they come in and take us through the entire unit, actually pull the engine out, bring a new engine in, and install it. And that's paid through a monthly fee to Solar Turbines. So every quarter, we actually do a shutdown maintenance with Solar Turbines, where they come in and boroscope our engine, take a look at its operation and make sure that it's reliable and will be available to us. At the same time, we do the ancillary maintenance on all of our equipment. And one of those, I think we have a report that we showed you just to give you an idea of what we do during those quarterly maintenance periods. Each time we identify areas where we feel a failure could take place, and we try to replace that equipment. Primarily, we do end up replacing expansion joints throughout in the tunnel system on our high-temp hot water loop, where we distribute our utilities throughout the mile-long tunnel system we have under campus.
So, and I don't know how long your quarterly shutdown is, but what happens in terms of heat and power when you said there's a quarterly shutdown?
We, at that point, for that short period of time, noticed the campus that they will not have enough heat available to produce steam for their processes, and notified the campus. The last shutdown, basically, we came down on a Friday evening at 5 p.m. and we were back up Saturday evening at 5 p.m.
Okay.
So we tried to, it's no longer than a weekend, and and even at that point, we try to keep it back up on Saturday even if we can, so we have least disruption to research as possible.
Okay. And then you mentioned the use of a rental boiler unit, and it takes 4 to 6 weeks. Have you had experience? What makes you say it takes 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes, we had failures on our boilers previously, and had to have a rental unit on standby for us, and ended up using it through one winter season.
Okay. I was just a little bit surprised that there's a visual inspection and there's no way to know what's happening inside prior to that big fire taking place. There's no other way for you to know the status of anything until that?
Going forward, as was previously recommended here, we will talk to the manufacturer and look at, are there intervals that they would experience? And I would say that we would basically take that expansion joint and pull it out and look at it and see that it is in proper working condition.
Okay. Is it reasonable, or tell me why it would not be reasonable for you to have a spare, I forgot what it is that we're looking at right now. The urea heater? Is that a large piece of equipment? Is it made to specs, and it's not something, tell me why you would not have one of those.
Yeah, it's not normal for a plant to have one of those on hand. We do have only one. It is a large piece of equipment, costly, those pieces of equipment sitting around not being used. And if you use it 10 years later or 5 years later, you're not guaranteed that that piece of equipment is going to start up and operate the way you would like it to. So we are relying on the manufacturer to have something available. And at that point, they may have advanced their technology to have a better unit in the future, and we would embrace that if that were available.
Okay, so that's the item that would be $46,000 that you've ordered already. Okay. And did you have any expectation of when it would be delivered? I know you said you requested expediting if that was available.
Yeah, let me see here. It says 25 working days on the quote that we're looking at right now.
Okay.
So, do you know that date as we go out? And that's the normal lead time, and we have offered to pay a $15,000 expediting fee if they can have it manufactured in quicker time, because we're not sitting on our laurels and saying we have 25 days is satisfactory to us.
And have they indicated what expediting means as far as time?
That we haven't
you
got
don't
from
have.
them yet. We're still working from, they haven't committed to that. We've told them that we're willing to do that, and the manufacturer's looking to see if they can get it done.
Okay,
We're putting pressure on them to help us.
okay, thank you.
With respect, excuse me, with respect to the animals that may be harmed if you cannot provide sufficient heat, can you preferentially supply what is needed to protect the animals and sacrifice some other aspect of the service you provide?
The way the system is designed wouldn't allow us to isolate those. Unfortunately, our vivaria on campus aren't in one location where we could do that. They're spread throughout the campus in various schools and different buildings. So I cannot, if I could isolate that and provide that support, I would. But we, because of the diversity on campus and different locations of where these vivaria have been installed, we can't do that.
With respect to the old boilers that are on a restricted permit, is that a AQMD restriction?
Yes.
Is that a restriction on capacity?
It's a restriction on therms that we're allowed to burn per year. We would exceed that should we bring those boilers online right now. Plus, they aren't at capacity. We retired one of our boilers a few years ago, number 4 boiler. So we have 3 available to us. And, you know, our plan is to replace the capacity and be available. As a matter of fact, they said we have one coming in March.
One thought would be to temporarily allow a greater use of those. That, however, would result in some NOx emissions.
Yes.
I don't know, and more than likely, those emissions would be greater than the emissions from the cogen unit. But I'd probably ask one of the district engineers to verify that.
Our boilers are currently permitted at 20 parts per million NOx at 400 ppm CO. Our cogen plant is permitted at 2 ppm NOx at 3 ppm CO.
And it's currently at 4 to 10.
Yes.
Okay, so that answers that. Okay. Any other questions on good cause? Senator?
I noted that during your discussion, you mentioned other failures associated with the system. In fact, you inclined to assume the solid state device could be one of them. That's why you replaced it. And the vibration isolator is one that's been failed. Have those things failed before? Those parts?
The vibration isolator, no, and has the solid state device failed before? Yeah, we haven't any failure on the electronic component, no.
To your knowledge, how many other failures that have occurred that are associated to this combustion system, this system?
During startup, there were some issues. That was under the construction permit prior to it being turned over to us. And that was startup issues relating to the wiring and the heater. We did have water intrusion happen last year that caused some disruption to our system, and we were able to get that unit back up and running very quickly.
Did it have any effect at all on the operation of the system? Those failures? Significant or otherwise?
Last year, we did emit for a short period of time when we had the water failure.
So in the
It was the
past
water intrusion.
10 years, you had a number of failures associated to the operation of the system. Is that true or false?
A number, yes, very, very few.
Would it serve your best interest to work with the vendor or the supplier of the system who built the system for you to establish a reliability plan that would determine the mean time to failure, mean time to repair prior to failure? You understand what a reliability program is?
I think that's a terrific recommendation going forward. I think that we would take that recommendation.
Take that into consideration. All right. You got some smart guys at the university, they can do that very easily.
Yes.
Any other questions on good cause? Ms. Byrd?
I just wanted to, I wasn't real clear with what you said. The senator asked you, have you had a lot of failure, a number of failures, and you said yes, a number. But then I thought I heard you say a small number under your voice or under your breath.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say a number of failures, what does that mean?
Less than 5.
Less than 5 over the course of 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you, in talking with the manufacturer or whoever's doing the maintenance, did they give you any indication of what's reasonable as far as, how many things you should expect in 10 years? Because 5 doesn't sound like a lot to me, but
But it does cause a significant impact.
But it does cause, yeah, it causes
It causes a
problems.
significant impact
Yeah.
to the environment and into the campus. I'm going to have further discussions with them regarding this as I talk to them about a reliability plan and really challenge them to allow us to, one, what parts do we need on hand, what that we can quickly change out, what is reasonable, we'll look at all of the components of the unit because of the significant impact that piece of equipment has to us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I completed.
No, I was just, it sounded like to me that that this instance and one other instance, the water intrusion, I think you said?
Yes.
Were the only two were those the only two instances where there was a problem, some failure, where there were excess emissions? Or you said something about fixing things quickly and...
I'm sure we have had others because we have a 2 ppm NOx limit, and any small variance does cause us to exceed that. But we haven't had any extended outages that have not been repaired, within hours, within, half a day, those types of things. The major one that I remember was last year in the water intrusion, and this is the largest impact that we've had.
And with the water intrusion, how long did that last? How long were you out?
2 days.
Okay, what did you do for heat and, I'm sorry, what did you do to replace the power and the heat you needed in those 2 days?
We continued to operate the unit in conjunction with Air Quality Management District. We did not have to reach this stage where we had to get an extended variance.
Okay, so you continue to operate it within some limit that the district allowed?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
With these so-called minor failures, how many times does the cogeneration system have to go offline that cease to operate because of the failures?
Any failure of equipment, or are you talking about the urea?
Would they have to shut down the system because of these so-called failures? And still be within the limits of the permit?
Well, we do bring it offline for maintenance Unexpected failures, 5 to 10 in the last 10 years, I would say, where we've had to come offline because we had an engine issue or so. We do have that solar contract where solar will respond 24/7 and get the unit back up and running if there's any piece of equipment on that, any failure of that piece of equipment. So normally we're back up within a very, very short period of time for any type failure.
I think you understand that's why a reliability program is necessary, because it's preventive maintenance.
Yes,
Before failures occur, meantime to failure, before it fails, you repair.
Yes.
Replace. That's the purpose of a reliability program. You understand that?
I absolutely.
Okay, very good.
Getting back to the distribution of heat, and you pointed out that it's required throughout the campus, various buildings, but within each of those buildings, is it not possible to restrict where that heat goes so that other parts of the same building aren't using, and the net result is you're using less?
So we have a central distribution loop that distributes all the heat from the central plant itself. So what we can do is, as you said, I do also oversee the HVAC for the campus. So we can, in some areas, depending on how they're zoned, cut back in some, lack of a better term, people areas, office areas, those types of things, and dedicate our heat to the vivarium areas. That distribution is challenging and difficult. It will not make a significant reduction in our, as we're trying to do right now while we're going without a urea heater, we're trying to minimize any excess emissions throughout this whole process. So we're minimizing the load on the cogen plant, on the combustion turbine itself, to where it is emitting the least amount of emissions as possible without having the urea reduction. The engine is a fairly clean engine. As you can see, it's only putting out 4 parts per million without the catalytic reduction right now, 4 to 10. So we're doing everything we can on that end. And if that means load side management like you were talking about, we will do that to minimize the emissions during this period.
Further questions on good cause? Okay. Ms. Byrd?
And there is mention of the cost of replacing electricity. What would be the cost of replacing the animals if you lost those animals? Would that impact?
To me, that's priceless. It's hard to put a dollar value. The researchers on the campus do generations of study, so they may have a research subject that they've used the whatever virus or any type of genetic thing that they're trying to do through generations. They may need 10 years of study on these, and if we were to interrupt that cycle, it would be irreplaceable to that researcher.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions on good cause, you may make a closing statement on that portion.
I thank you for the time and opportunity. As I said, we are doing our best, although we do have a purchase order already issued. As I said, we're still working with the manufacturer to try to expedite and try to beat any of the dates that we requested here. I think we may talk later about the variance conditions, but we have worked and agreed to the conditions that are established as we talk later on those. So that's all I have. Thank you for your
Ms.
time.
Reichert?
The district is not opposed to a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 15-minute recess and reconvene at 20 after 10.
Thank you.
We're back on the record. Ms. Prusak?
I apologize to my fellow board members, to the parties, but I will need to recuse myself in this matter, as I feel I've tried, but I cannot be unbiased, and I will leave it at that so as not to affect the decision or deliberation of my fellow board members.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's proceed. We've heard the closing statements on good cause. And board members, discussion on good cause. I think we can find good cause to proceed with the hearing in the absence of notice to the public. Petitioner has demonstrated that he will be in violation of condition, I think it's condition number 5 of his permit to operate, and also Rule 203B, which requires compliance with the conditions of any permit. In addition, I'm convinced that the circumstances leading to the violation could not reasonably have been avoided by the petitioner or anticipated in sufficient time to provide public notice of the hearing. Petitioner has indeed exercised diligence in filing for an interim variance. This event occurred on the weekend, and on Monday, when the district was closed, petitioner filed his petition for the interim variance. Further, the I believe the denial would be unreasonable, and I think for those reasons, we can find good cause to proceed with the hearing in the absence of notice to the public. Any other thoughts? Senator?
Denial would cause extreme financial hardship. That's what he said on the petitioner.
Yeah. Anyone else? Ms. Byrd?
And I have to speak from the biologist's point of view, because that's what I am. And the loss of possible research information that could be vital is of concern as well. So that denial of this variance would eliminate the possibility of completing some of that research.
Okay. In that event, I move in the matter of University of California at Irvine, case 4297-4, that we find that there is good cause to proceed with the hearing in the absence of notice to the public. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Lerner has, here, Dr. Lerner. The senator has seconded the motion. Discussion on the motion? Dr. Lerner, do you wish to make a comment?
I would, because I was late driving here, I not wish to vote. I wish to recuse myself on the fact that I was not here at the time when the critical discussion began. So I will recuse myself.
You'll abstain?
I abstain.
Yeah, okay.
What happens when you're an English major?
Very good. Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Chairman, how many votes did it take to enact
3.
this? 3?
3.
Oh, I can exercise some real power today.
It's what you do best.
Hold an eye.
Okay, as we go forward, we're going to hear the evidence regarding the 6 findings that we have to make. Madam Clerk, could you put the, and so that Dr. Lerner can participate in this following part, we're going to have to go over some of the evidence that you did present in the first part, so that then he can hear all the evidence and then be ready to participate in the hearing. Did that make sense?
We heard most of it.
Yeah, he did, but he missed about 10 minutes. We started at 20 after 9, and because of the traffic, he was able to arrive at 10:30, so it was about 10 minutes of the initial presentation. Pardon? 9:35. Oh. Okay, all right. Okay, we're ready to go. Mr. Nierhoff.
Okay, thank you. So I'm starting from the introduction.
Fresh,
I think.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. So the University of California, Irvine is a public research university, and our fundamental mission is teaching research and public service. On January 7th at 6:15 p.m., that was a Saturday, our cogeneration power plant noticed a high temperature on the urea system. The blower system was operating properly. However, operators found the urea heater was severely overheated to a red glowing condition. The plant operators identified a failed vibration isolator, and on the piping system that supplies the airflow, that isolator did restrict airflow, which then the heat was not being taken away from the heater. This failure required the urea system to be placed offline. So we did work through the night to try to resolve the situation. On January 8th, our plant operators replaced the vibration isolator. We did have one on hand. And we also found a burned solid-state relay, and we replaced it. And then we tested the blower system, and unfortunately at that time we did discover that the urea heater was damaged beyond repair and must be replaced. The urea heater is the preheat air in order to atomize urea prior to injection of the decomposition chamber where ammonia is produced. Without the urea heater, we cannot meet our emissions limits. So we are in violation, as you noted, of a condition of our permit. Basically, in particular, our parts per million NOx. We have a 2 parts per million at 15% O2 NOx limit on permit number G24102. The NOx range is currently running between 4 and 10 parts per million NOx at 15% CO. Oh, O2, I'm sorry, O2, not CO. So the failure of the vibration isolator and the piping that supplies the airflow to the urea heater was beyond the university's reasonable control. And in addition, we have performed quarterly maintenance on the cogen plant. Our operators also do daily visual inspections of our equipment as they operate the plant itself. One person, I didn't say earlier, is in the control room at all times. Another one is roving the plant at a minimum of every 2 hours with taking written readings and visual inspection of all the equipment and performing any maintenance that needs to be done. We did not witness any wear or damage on this piece of equipment, but we do, as part of that normal check, annotate any issues that we have with damage to equipment or any wear, and that is escalated to the management level to be addressed. If we do not receive the variance immediately, immediate compliance would impose an unreasonable burden on the university. The cogen power plant is a vital portion of the vital support for the campus research, teaching, and laboratory animal care facilities. And currently our blowers do not have the capacity to meet this demand. Let's see, what else is closing? I'm just reading up there real quick, make sure I meet all the requirements. So we are doing our due diligence right now in operating our plant as efficiently as possible. We have, while we are waiting for the heater to be done, we are operating in any mode we can to minimize excess emissions throughout the campus. If that's minimizing load or finding a point where combustion is really efficient on the engine, that's what we're doing. We have currently already ordered, and presented to you the evidence of a requisition, a purchase order requisition from the university, ordered a replacement heater to get here, and replace the equipment. The minute it comes in, we will be working around the clock to get that unit installed. In the meantime, we're not assuming that the lead time is acceptable to us. We are prepared to pay an expediting fee and working with our vendor right now to minimize the time it would take for them to manufacture a piece of equipment. And we will pay that expediting fee if necessary. As we operate during this period, we do have a continuous emissions monitor, and we are recording all of the emissions regularly and reporting those on a daily basis to Southern California Edison as part of our emergency variance condition. We're sending the information to the offices over here for evaluation. Let's see. Have I addressed all of the issues?
If you haven't, we'll ask questions.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's the end of my statement at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert?
When will the supplier be able to tell you if the manufacturing can be expedited?
I'm challenging them to get me that answer this week.
Okay. And once the equipment arrives, how long will it take to install it? Is that,
We did ask for 3 weeks, although we're going to work around the clock with vendors after arrival. We hope to minimize that through working around the clock.
and does that 3 weeks allow for contingencies or problems that may arise to solve any of those issues?
Yeah, absolutely, and we want to make sure that we are covering all of the time that it's going to take. That does allow for that time.
Okay.
We think it's sufficient time.
And then I do believe that the doctor may have missed the pictures that you had presented. So if you wanted to briefly maybe show those and kind of describe what we saw there so that he can have that.
Thank you for the opportunity. So what you see behind you is the condition we found.
Also, in front of us.
Oh, okay, you can see it in front of you. The condition we did find, was actually unbelievably red hot when our operator went out there and found it. And that was caused by the failure of the vibration isolator. That is the vibration isolator right there. It's hard to see, but you can see some blown holes in that isolator that caused a restriction in flow. Once we took it apart, as you can see, we are seeing that the failure on the unit and restriction of flow that was happening at the time. We also found, we did have a spare vibration isolator on hand. We were able to replace that on that Sunday, January 8th, and there's the new isolator. We also found a failed solid-state relay. You can see the burning evidence on the unit. We did have a spare solid-state relay on hand, and we're able to replace that on January 8th, that Sunday also. But after those replacements were completed, as we brought the unit up, we found that the failure and the damage to the extent had gone back to damage the entire heater assembly. Thank you.
And who will be performing the installation? Is it in-house or are you bringing a contractor in?
It'll be a joint effort between the contractor and ourselves.
And in-house, okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Questions on the findings, board members? Doctor?
Yeah. What is the cost of the replacement?
The replacement heater is $42,000 plus, so it totals out at $46,000. We have allotted $76,000 for the unit to allow us, I have approval already from my budget office to pay a $15,000 expediting fee if we need to do that. So the total is going to range anywhere between $46,000 and $75,000.
Is the vendor also involved in the installation?
Yes, we'll have the manufacturer with us. They'll be on site when we do
Excuse
the
me, the
installation.
manufacturer, yes.
Yeah, we'll have the manufacturer on site when we do the installation.
Okay. Will this new heater have any upgrades to it in terms of electronics to give you sort of an early warning an earlier warning that things are not going well? Or is, because this heater is now, I think you said 9 years old, or 6
Yeah.
years old?
9 to 10 years old, yes.
Yeah.
That's an absolute valid question. We asked that same question. So we are going to activate an option and program into our system another telltale indicator to give us an indication of something is failure that was not on the current system right now, to give us any indication of early failure.
Just continuing the thought, is this this kind of failure picked up because somebody is walking by and inspecting it? I mean, you were saying somebody was making rounds every 2 hours. Or is this in the central control room where you have an array of monitors and it's picking it up there?
It was picked up first by the electronic indications into the control room, and then that caused our second operator to go out and put a visual on it and see it. So they saw it prior. The way we picked it up first was the electronic indication, and I think the elevation in temperature will indicate more quickly in the control room than we would actually see it as a visible point.
Okay, looking back with perfect hindsight, have anything been done when the electronics started to show that it was overheated? Could in fact, theoretically, because actually, we know what happened, could have it been shut down sooner?
Well, we had shut down the heater once we indicated the problem.
Okay,
The
that's what I
problem-
want to know,
The
yeah.
problem was, the heat was already generated, and there was no airflow to take the heat away.
Gotcha.
So it continued to elevate until, on its own, without any mechanism of taking the heat away from the unit, so. So,
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator?
When the cogeneration system is all reassembled, does it have to be recommissioned to be in compliance with SIM, as you have it here?
we don't, basically, the SIMs will give us the indication that we're within compliance. We don't, there's no requirement to do a source test or
Do you
anything.
recommission the system at all to make sure it's working okay?
It's the system itself with the manufacturer, the urea heater. We'll have the manufacturer on board with us, install it, we'll bring it up, and then we'll immediately see the reduction in flow.
If it's not working properly, then that's when you keep working on it until
Yes.
you fine tune it.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Looking at those photographs again, the solid state relay system burnt out,
Yes.
which caused an excess amount of energy to go destroy your system.
Yes.
That's where your problem could be. When you look at your petition, on page 8, item 9, Rule 41701, when, if ever, does that trigger during the variance time? Does that ever happen where you exceed those
Oh,
limits?
excuse me, what page are you on?
What?
What page are you on? Page and item?
Page 8?
That's just an attachment. That's not, that's an example.
All I got is page 8 here.
That's an example.
I'm asking does that ever apply? Because if you exceed those limits, then you have to request
I just want to make sure we're talking about the variance conditions. Is that what we're looking
Yeah,
at?
the various condition, on page 8.
This is,
I want to read what I got.
it is in every, when you download a petition application, the petition form, those pages come along with it to help the petitioner fill out the form. So you'll see that in most petitions, the petitioner will include those pages because they're just part of what the petitioner downloaded. Doctor?
Yeah, just a comment. The attachment A usually begins on a separate page, hence I think the confusion. So God forbid you should have to come back to us. Please keep the attachments starting on a separate page. Okay, we just,
Thank you.
Ms. Byrd? And we'll take a chance to do that.
I haven't had a real chance to look at the conditions that were proposed, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to do
Why
that.
don't we do that now, because I was also busy. Let's go off the record for a few minutes and give the board an opportunity to review the proposed conditions. We're back on the record. Board members, Ms. Byrd?
I have a couple questions. In the proposed conditions, you are, number 4 says you will be using your Knox Sims. You're already doing that, right? This information that you have that's attached. was
Yes,
the
we
result
are,
of that.
we are doing that and reporting it on a daily basis.
Okay. Number 5, is there a reason that an average emission concentration of NOx at 11 ppm was requested? I thought you said the max that you ever had was, well, it's been between 4 and 10 each day, right? I don't know what the current average is, but I don't see, why, I guess the question is, would you have an expectation that you would need 11 to go all the way to 11?
It's the way that our CEM actually reports on an hourly average at this point. So, no, we don't anticipate exceeding 11 parts per million, but the way the report comes out of the continuous emissions monitor, it's an hourly average. It does break down into 15-minute intervals, I believe, also, so.
But has there ever been, I'm quickly looking through your attachment to your petition here. Have you ever, wait, let's see. I guess there is one page that you had, 21.5, is that what that's? On the page titled University of California Turbine 1 Daily Emissions Report, January 7th.
That's the day of the event.
Okay, and it has not been that high since then because you have not been, you've been minimizing its use, you said, to
Yes.
keep it down. Okay, so if that's the case, and if minimizing the use to keep it down, and I don't think that's in the conditions, but I guess that could be in the conditions too. I don't understand why the 11 is there. If you could, however you want to explain that to me, I don't understand, unless the district is saying it would be 11.
Well, it's an hourly average, so it's not, you're not looking at broad, so the numbers you're looking at here are
Are
also
every 15
hourly
minutes?
averages. So if you can look at, for example, go to page, I think she's looking at it for January 9th.
January 9, okay.
In our 16, 17, 18, they're in the high 9s.
Okay,
And so I can have a district witness testify as to why they picked 11, if you want more information
yeah,
on
when we
that.
get, yeah, I'd like that when we get there. Only because my understanding was that one of the things that was being proposed was to change operation in some way to keep it as low as possible, and 11 is actually higher than any of the entries that are here. Maybe I'm not understanding what's going on, so I'll wait till we get to the district and you could explain it to me.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Are there any permitting requirements that you would need to satisfy to do this work?
I believe the answer is no. I mean, no.
And aside from the effort that you're making to expedite it, at this point, when do you expect delivery of the replacement part?
We're open February 13th is what the delivery date is right now.
Doctor?
Okay. Please run this by me so I understand. On page 4 of 9, under item 15, comply with the 2 ppmv at 15%. And we're also talking about 11 ppmv here at 15% in item 5 of the proposed variance. I don't understand the difference of these two. One, I think, is an average.
Well, no, the number 4 is just a reporting requirement. You're looking at the conditions, number 4?
Yes,
So petitioner shall determine the daily excess emissions using the SEMS, and the petitioner shall monitor, record, and report daily NOx emissions that occur in excess of the 2 ppm, because that's their limit at 15%. And then the number 5 is an actual limit that these conditions are imposing.
good, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that makes sense, thank you. I have a couple of other questions, okay? You're going to start repairs within 3 days of receiving all necessary parts.
Yes.
What if you got some of the parts, like a crossword puzzle, and started putting that together, and you get the rest of the puzzle delivered to you and you can put it together? In other words, what we're trying to do is we're trying to expedite your getting back into compliance. Want you to build this boiler as quickly as possible. Do you have to actually wait for all the parts to come in? I suppose they're not going to come in all on one truck. I suppose it's going to be coming in sort of piecemeal. Can the all necessary is the term I'm a little concerned about, because I think you can do something while you're waiting for the rest of everything to come. I don't think it's all going to be delivered in one day, is it?
This is a package type unit, so for the most part, yes. But I echo your concerns, and that is our ultimate goal. Anything that we can move forward on, we will move forward on. Begin removing the other equipment, making space, having everything ready to go. So if parts come in and we're waiting on something else that didn't quite come in, we will still start. And we'll communicate with the district the condition that we're in. We've been in communication on a regular basis, and we'll continue to do that through this whole ordeal.
Well, perhaps the language could be adjusted a little bit to reflect that, because it says the word all and necessary. Maybe some other phrase that might be helpful. The district could actually consider that as a thought.
I just have a quick suggestion, if you don't like this, we can go into more detail, but you could say petitioner shall commence repairs as soon as possible, but no later than 3 days after receiving, so that they can commence as soon as they can start, but at the absolute latest date would be 3 days after they receive all the parts. Does that sound?
Sounds reasonable to me,
Okay.
yes.
If you don't mind, I'd like to correct the date. February 15th is the expected arrival, not the 13th. I stated the 13th earlier. February 15th is the expected date of arrival.
Thank you. Any further questions? Senator?
We have conditions being submitted by the district
Yes.
and conditions submitted by the petitioner. What's the significant difference of all?
We just have the proposed conditions.
Proposed
They're marked
conditions?
Exhibit A.
Oh, you did this, I'm sorry.
We agree with the district's conditions.
Okay.
Here's my last question. I don't like to pick the nits, but, don't like to pick the nits, but just because I'm still new to the board, you're in effect saying that when you receive this, you're going to need 3 weeks. Is that what you're basically saying, March 8th?
Yes, that's what we're saying.
Is there any possibility that could be expedited sooner?
There is a possibility, and we're going to make every effort toward that. But right now, we need to reserve that to make sure that we come into compliance, by a certain time. We wouldn't want to reapproach the board and not, because we didn't meet that date.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
No other questions? You may make a, yeah.
Just to address Ms. Bird's concern, the district calls Roy Olivares. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Roy Olivares, it's Olivares.
And did you take the oath today?
Yes.
And what is your title here at the district?
Air quality engineer.
And did you hear Ms. Bird's question regarding the condition number 5 of the proposed conditions?
Yes.
Could you provide a little more explanation as to why we determined that a maximum hourly average emission concentration of 11 ppm NOx was appropriate here?
In the petition, the applicant said the highest range may be up to 10 ppm, and that's what I was going to base my excess emission calculation on. And I advised the applicant I was going to do that. Then he responded back saying, well, can we take a upper limit of 11? So I revised the calculations based on 11 ppm, and that'll be the upper limit. That's where that number came from.
And then I'll just turn it over to the board if they have follow-up questions.
The total excess emissions shown on page 5, item 19 of the petition, the 34.5 pounds per day excess emissions, you're in agreement with that number?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Neerhoff, you may make a closing statement.
First, I'd like to thank the board for their diligence in representing the South Coast Air Quality Management District and challenging operators like myself to step up our game and be as efficient as we possibly can and reduce emissions throughout the South Coast Air Quality Management District. UC Irvine has been a leader, and this is not something that we take lightly. We really are going to do our best. In fact, we will try our best to expedite this effort, and I appreciate the opportunity to apply for a variance so we can come back into full compliance. And on not only that, talk about a reliability plan, as Senator Holden, you mentioned, going forward. I appreciate the input from the board to help improve that process. Thank you.
Ms. Reichert?
Thank you. Would it be helpful for me to restate that proposed edit to?
Yes.
Okay, so the proposed edit is to condition number 3, and it will insert after the word repairs on the first line, or petitioner shall commence all repairs, and then insert as soon as possible, but no later than, and then delete the word within, and replace the word of with after. So it will then read, petitioner shall commence repairs as soon as possible, but no later than 3 days after receiving all necessary parts. And subject to compliance with the proposed conditions as modified, the district is not opposed to the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Mr. Neerhoff, that change to condition number 3 is acceptable to you?
That's acceptable to us. Thank you.
Okay, discussion, board members?
I would like to add a condition, and I don't know if I probably need to get some information from petitioner, because I grabbed on to the fact that you said you were doing things to minimize, keep the emissions as low as possible, and I would like to include that somewhere in these conditions, and I'm trying to come up with some words. And I could use your help as to how it would start with petitioner shall, and then what is it that you shall do to.
Okay. We'll reopen the hearing unless we have any objection. Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed that. So I heard you say it, and then I didn't get all the details on my notes. But there were some things that you were doing, and I wanted to include that. Or things that you plan to do to keep the emissions low.
That is our goal, so I'm not opposed to adding some language of this sort. So a statement that I had said earlier, we had already talked about the expeditious method of trying to get the unit here as possible. I'm not sure if that's
I don't
addressed
want to interrupt
completely.
you, but I think if I can just zero in,
Sure.
had something to do with how you would be
Oh.
either providing heat or something to that effect. How are you doing it to keep utilizing the equipment to stay below a certain ppm?
So the term I wanted to use was basically operate the cogeneration facility in its most efficient combustion manner of combustion to minimize NOx emissions throughout this time. There are those who will say, you operate at minimum levels, but on a cogen unit, that might not be the most efficient. You may emit more NOx if you come down to a real low level. You actually have to find the efficiency of combustion. So I would say operate the turbine in a most efficient manner, manner of combustion.
Okay,
If
petitioner
that makes sense to you.
right now the words are not coming together there, but I think what you're saying is petitioner shall operate the turbine in the most efficient manner
Of combustion.
of combustion to minimize to
minimize NOx emissions.
Okay. Thank you.
Done?
Yep.
We'll reclose the hearing. Further for deliberation, comments on the findings.
Okay. I'll start, since my mic is already on. We went through a lot of it in the good cause portion, but I'll just go through it again. I believe that we can we can make the findings. I believe I can make the findings, I'll say that. That the petitioner is in violation. Petitioner is exceeding their 2 ppm NOx limit, which is condition 5, I believe it was, of their permit. So they are in violation. And that includes being in violation of 203B because they're operating outside of their permit conditions. And that's due to conditions beyond the reasonable control of petitioner, as was spelled out earlier when we were talking about good cause. The petitioner does complete inspections, a lot of inspections actually, quarterly, daily, every 2 hours. And then there's monitoring of the equipment from the control room. So the petitioner is doing what they probably should be doing in order to make sure that things are working properly, and they are conducting necessary maintenance. They have a company that comes in and shuts them down quarterly and goes through their equipment. So they are conducting maintenance that would lead me to believe that they should not have experienced this. The other side of that is, my concern was that when they did experience it, that whether or not they had any way to deal with it, and they did have some equipment at their facility that they kept in stock so that they could deal with it, but the equipment that needs to be replaced is a major piece of equipment that's not something off the shelf, and that cost in excess of $40,000, and you don't want to have it sitting in your facility because you don't know if it'll work if it just sits there for years and is never used. So that's reasonable to me. And so I think that this was beyond their reasonable control. Then I think that the closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. We had some discussion about the use of other pieces of equipment, possible other ways that the petitioner could address this, but with this cogen unit, it has a 2 ppm limit, which is pretty awesome, actually. But, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, but anyway, what was I saying? Where was I? Squeeze, okay. Okay, so, and that the estimated excess emissions confirmed by the district is calculated at 34.5 pounds per day, which is a small amount. If they were to, I'll move on to the next one. And the applicant has given consideration to curtailing. Actually, the applicant cannot curtail completely without cutting out, without eliminating the use of this equipment for heat and for electricity. At this point, the petitioner may have to use outside sources for electricity. It's a possibility with the expense that goes along with it, but curtailing would mean that they would not have the heat that they would need for the, not just for the people who are there, but for the research animals that are located at this facility. Okay, and during the period the variance is in effect, the applicant will reduce excess emissions. There was some testimony, and that's why I was pulling that back out of this. There is some testimony that the petitioner shall operate the turbine and has been operating the turbine in an efficient manner so that they can minimize the NOx emissions. And then while the variance is in effect, the applicant will monitor, and it's included as a condition in Exhibit A, that they will monitor the emissions from this facility. Also wanted to, there are a couple things I didn't mention that I just wanted to throw in there as well. The replacement heater has been ordered. SIMs will be used. Let's see, what else did I have? And I think that's all. I think I can make the findings based on the evidence that was presented today.
Other comments on the findings? I agree. I would like to comment that the 2 ppm is a very tight standard. And however, the 35 ppm does calculate out to be around, if they were to operate year-round, it would be about 6 tons. That's not a minimal amount. It is something to be considered, but this will be for a short period of time. And I would agree with the review of the findings that Ms. Bird did. Any other comments on the findings? Okay. Open for motion.
I'll make a motion in the matter of the University of California, Irvine, case number 4297-4. I move that we issue this interim variance. And with the interim variance, we must schedule a short variance, so we'll have to do that today. And it is for the cogen equipment located at 4600 Health Sciences Road in Irvine, California, 92697. And it is from permit condition 5 and 203B, which is the condition, which is the rule that applies to operating outside of permit conditions. And it is, there are 34.5 pounds of NOx per day expected excess emissions. And it is for a period of time commencing today. And I think you have in here January 7th, but we can't do it retroactively. So it will be today through March 8th, when repairs are expected to be completed. And it is with the conditions as outlined in Exhibit A. And with the following changes. Number 3, as was read by Ms. Reichart, petitioner shall commence repairs as soon as possible, but no later than 3 days after receiving all necessary parts. And I'd like to add the other condition to, let's see, make it number 8. No, wait, no. Let's make it number, I'm going to put it in some place where I think it flows a little bit better. Well, let's put it at number 7. And renumber 7 to 8 and subsequent numbers. And the new number 7 will be petitioner shall operate turbine in the most efficient manner of combustion to minimize NOx emissions. And number 10, the new number 10 would be that petitioner shall pay all applicable fees to the clerk of the board on or before a date that I'm requesting the clerk to give me an idea of. I don't have a calendar.
January 27.
Okay. Okay, so new number 10 will be, in that space, will be January 27th. And this is, did I say this was an interim? Because the condition said emergency, but this is an interim.
Interim.
Right. So let's scratch emergency from the title on the top. And I think that ends my motion.
And your motion included the statement of the excess emissions?
Excess emissions, 34.5 pounds per day of NOx are expected.
Okay, I'll be glad to second the motion. Discussion on the motion. Senator, how do you vote?
You did a good job in your presentation, so I'll vote aye.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
I vote in favor of
Motion passes 4-0. We need to set a date for the short variance hearing. Madam Clerk, what's the soonest we can do that?
Nothing before January the 27th. I'm sorry. Nothing. Nothing before January the 31st.
Okay, so we're into March. You said January, did you say January 31st? Yeah, okay. So we're into February, not March. How about Wednesday, February 8th? Is that acceptable to you?
That works for me.
Yes, that's acceptable to us. Thank you.
Set the short variance hearing for Wednesday, February 8th. And we've got the motion, and it's passed. The variance is granted. Ms. Prusak.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to, so that I didn't leave any question lingering, and now that the deliberation and the vote are over, I just wanted to briefly explain why I recuse myself. As some of my fellow board members are aware, I consider myself an ethical vegan and have strong moral objections to the use of animals in laboratory testing. I tried to overcome this fact during the hearing in order to remain unbiased. I unfortunately found myself unable to do so, and I felt it was my duty as a board member to recuse myself in that situation.
Thank you. I know that was a difficult decision, and I applaud it. Any other business, board members? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good luck.